Recording in progress.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Меня зовут...
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Smirnov Alexander. I represent the Russian Academy of Science Institute of State and Law, and I'm really glad to welcome all of our participants today, those who are here with us in this room and online. Yesterday, we had a very fruitful day of discussions. Today, we are going to continue our work. And on the instruction of the organizers of this conference, I have a very important mission to moderate our platform today. The platform is called Geopolitics and International Law in the Modern World. The program, the agenda was changed a little bit for our session today, but nevertheless, those participants who confirmed their speeches today, they will have an opportunity to speak. What else I wanted to mention? In principle, we have enough time to listen to the speakers. Let's set 15 to 20 minutes for every presentation, and then we will be glad to accept your questions or comments. On that, I finish my welcoming address. Once again, welcome everybody, and I'd like to pass the floor to first speaker, Dusan Pavlovich, Director of State Institution, Center for Socio-Political Research of Republic of Srpska, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Dusan, please, you have the floor. Thank you. I'd like to thank all the organizers of our conference, and I'd like to welcome and European people who suffered under the genocide. I want to stress that we Serbs, victims of genocide, have the right for our perspective, which should be based on historical facts. Today, I'd like to cite a few facts from our national experience on the topic of the international law in geopolitics. During the World War II, against the Nazi state, Croatia, which was a satellite of Hitler's Germany, the three partisan genocide started. NDH was as an entity on Bosnia and Herzegovina, and it covered the territory of today's Croatia and partially Serbia. In the Nazi ideology and legislation, a state of Croatian state was established from Croatian, Muslims and Bosnians, and Serbs were the first victim of this state according to the new order, new Nazi ideology. The elimination was imposed on gypsies and Jews, and also Serbs underwent this suppression. The specifics was that that was the only country where Jews were not the initial victim. They were not banished strongly. On the contrary, the European community suffered in a higher percentage other than in other parts of Europe. At the same time, if we compare the percentage of Roma, they suffered stronger. The genocide against Serbs was included in the Nazi Germany program, and Nazi Germany has a full responsibility for Serbian genocide. Apart from massive executions, there were a lot of concentration camps, and there were two concentration camps, Gospic and Jasenovac. This has become the symbol of all suffering of Serbian people from fascism. There were separate camps for kids, for children. NDH is a unique example in the history. What happened with Serbs in NDH, that was a huge event. 2 million Serbs who lived on NDH territory. It was around 30% of the total population. And from this Nazi state, it was outlawed, and they were subject to complete biological and cultural elimination. The state plan of NDH to eliminate and to Serbs, 1/3 should be evicted, 1/3 should be catalyzed, and 1/3 physically demolished, physically. Before after 1945, NDH annihilated 25% of Serbs living in NDH. Others were banished to the occupied Serbia, and around 1/3 were forcefully catalyzed. During this period, Serbian community on the territory which was under the fictitious control of NDH were practically annihilated completely. According to the estimates we have now, around 1.3, 1.4 million of Serbs, the victims of genocide, were Catholicized and eliminated. About 90% of Serbs who lived in the independent state of Croatia were subject to the genocide. Raphael Lemkin, the creator of Genocide Society, according to the Declaration 1948, stated that Serbs were also victims to the genocide. It is very important to stress that we know from the confidential sources that Churchill and Roosevelt had the information, but there were no, they didn't do anything that Vatican could lift our or reduce our sufferings. At that time, two Allied countries, after World War II, in different ways, they cooperated with Nazis from other people, not only Germans. These structures were used to implement plans to destroy Yugoslavia from the inside. In Croatia, there were Ustaš structures, and in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Muslim brothers who created SDA party headed by Ali Izetbegovic. During the Second World War, this Islamic organization called Mlade Muslimani, young Muslims, in coordination with Nazis and the Great Mufti of Jerusalem, created two Nazi SS divisions, Kanja and Kamp. So we come to the situation that by 1990 in Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, the former allies from World War II, they raise old flags and continue their activities. Serbs were set out of law again, and Serbophobia became a phenomenon in Europe. The reaction of Serbs to the West from Drina, according to the new project of international Muslim ideologies, was turned to Serbia and the Republic of Srpska. The Republic of Srpska was not hit so severely by the genocide, but it was suffering, and many other Serbs keeping anti-fascist tradition and were part of establishing Republic of Srpska during the Patriotic War. And the civil war in Bosnia and Herzegovina is the heritage of the World War II. It was also very bloody and tragic. There were sufferings from all sides in as regards militaries and civilians. The special sign of it was the absolute domination of one lateral narratives, and it was all supported by facts based on the politically created narratives which were not based on facts. The global public opinion was established, political decisions were made at the highest national level, and it was all confirmed in the Hague Tribunal. Perception of all events in the modern society is the same as the reality, and as a result, Serbs received the role of only criminals and didn't have no right for their own sufferings. There was a criminal. They were not human but semi-demons, and they should be punished and eliminated in the end. The idea was inflicted that Serbs is an evil, and this was the real perception and reality. In this reality, there should be the elements of law to satisfy the law and to have some incentives for this evil. We discussed the ad hoc tribunal yesterday. I'm not going to repeat. However, despite everything that was said about this phenomenon, there is another phenomenon which myself, as the successor of the genocide victim, is concerning specifically. When we take the verdicts or the sentences and executions of 1,000 the soldiers from 28th Division of Bosnian Army, they wore the same uniform, which shows the historical context. That was in the same part as during World War II, as regards genocide from NDH state. The question is it possible that one of the prosecutors and judges read Raphael Lemke and their fundamental idea, which is based and confirmed in the literature when it is going to speak about the genocide? It sounds incredible. We can summarize that those experts should have at least known about Lemkin's thoughts about genocides against Serbs. Many studied this topic, and if they knew about the genocide over Serbs in NDH, then they deliberately kept silent in their judgments and didn't characterize this war as a civil war in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Also, in the studies of Gregory Stenkin, 8 steps to prevent genocide, the silencing of genocide is one of the forms of confirming genocide, and negation of genocide is a very dangerous phase which could lead to a potential repetition of such tragedies. Probably this is a tragic experience for Serbs, and Serbs believe that something which is not destroy you in the genocide will punish you, will blame you of genocide. And finally, one of the forms of genocide negation is a certain form of distortion and falsifying the history. Falsifying the history is required in order to change the historical concept, which is responsible to the perception which is equal reality. The fact is that none of the process exists outside of the historical context or the circumstances which determine the further situation, which is preventing the repentance. Today's civilization is based on the Christian principles of responsibility. It was realized a certain system of values, which is the product of the fight for national and religious rights of the people. Out of our experience of Serbs, global Western is dominated by forces which are against civilization and which are tools, and they abuse all institutes and mechanisms of civilization, and which provided the sovereignty of the state and nations. Anti-civilization is related to different kinds of totalitarianism that we can see as it is founded on the geopolitical civilization. And it should stop to exist. It should be changed using the center of powers and change the perception from the side of the community. We have a situation today that Serbs in Bosnia and Herzegovina and Croatia have much less, there are much less than during the World War II. The Muslims and Bosnians are 3 times more than in 1941, when they were around 46,000. Today, in the global academic and political discourse, there are no Serbs in the independent Croatian country. From 1.3 to 0.44 Serbs are there. At the same time, we have a huge amount of accusations over up to 3 million people who in July 1945 came out from the entrapment to the German territory. Dozens of hundreds of people and the local population were transferred to with Milosevic and Karel Bilton. And at the same time, General Mladic insisted on the exchange of prisoners. And the records of these negotiations confirm that. Within 3 to 4 days, Mladic was sent, and it is known as a very well-known genocide. And there are a lot of organizations who study and I believe that we are hardly possible to change something at our today's table. We need to be more objective in this situation. We have to fight for it. This is one of the important categories. We can't take it for granted. I have to remind you that, and we can remember the movie of Mikhalkov. I recommend to use this movie.
Thank you very much for your attention. I beg your pardon, may I give one brief explanation, please? For those who are not very much familiar with the history of Bosnia and Herzegovina, let me explain you something. In the report, we mentioned Muslims, but in this case, we are talking about the nationality. Back in the 60s, Joseph Broz Tito, when he created Bosnia and Herzegovina, invented for the Serbs and Croats who adopted Christianity to give Muslim Islam, to give them the nationality Muslims. So when we are talking about the Muslims, we mean their ethnicity. For example, in their documents, their nationality was mentioned as Muslims, and their religious beliefs were atheists. Thank you very much for your comment. We are very glad that you are with us today, and we are looking forward to further comments from you. Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask the participants of our today's session Do you have any questions to the speaker?
Пожалуйста.
I have the following question. What is the current trend in the media, in the political processes? When we are talking about West and East, are there any differences as to the presentation of the victims of Serbs in the camps?
Ako sam dobro razumio vaše pitanje, da li ima razlike u medijskim izvještajima s zapadne i istočne strane kada su...
If I got you right, you asked whether there are differences in the coverage of the statements from the East and from the West.
Tu je diskurs na zapadu manje više ostao isti.
Of course, the Western discourse remains the same. It is political determination. And we see, it is obvious that Western politicians prefer not to speak about the genocide of Serbs during World War II. The Serbophobia is based on lies and it raised from the European to the global level. So often they say that Serbs came from the European territories and occupied it. If in the 90s, the topic of a genocide against Serbs were open, then an important issue would come up. What did Serbs actually do in the Serbia of Bosnia and Herzegovina and Croatia? They only came to those territories in the 90s and they were occupants. And then they are committed those deeds and crimes. Up until now, this matrix exists in the political discourse and political goals haven't changed. Same political processes came to your soil too. So we need to raise the topic of creating new discourses and we need to create new perception. In the modern society, it is a realistic goal and we need to be aware of it. That is our experience, the experience of the Serbs that we've had since World War II and up until now.
Pokušaju da shvate šta se dešava i
So it is
kuda
very important to make sure that we all try to find out what is happening. This is not going to change. Our perception is not going to change.
uđe u nekakvu strast, bilo kakvu, i koji nije spreman da sagleda svoje greške ili da u vjerskoj literaturi
When a person, a man, is following his passion, he cannot repent until he realizes his sins. He simply goes on.
danas globalnih struktura, zato ih nazivam
This happens to the part of modern day so-called modern structures. Like a cancer tumor, they undermine the achievements of our civilization. Therefore, today's society should play a certain role, and yesterday it was mentioned by our dear friend. I very much hope that, at least to some extent, you could get my message. And when I'm talking about this, I'm referring to the politicians of the West. I'm not talking about European people. Common citizens are always common citizens, so I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about what makes difference between civilization and anti-civilization.
Ličnost građanina svijeta, šta god hoćete. Ili u njemu vidimo
Can we see in a human being a personality,
čak polu čovjeka, polu zvijer, i da dođemo do situacije da
or is it half man, half beast?
čovjeka na način kako se to radi sa životom,
When we don't see the human being, then we can treat
žena u Auschwitzu,
him or her as an animal.
nacističke vojnike, ili kao u slučaju NDH i Jasenovca, od
Remember how women were dressed in uniforms, how their hair was cut,
koji su pobijeni,
when
da
body limbs
da pravite eksperimente, da pokušate
of
napraviti sapun za svakodnevnu upravu.
some victims
Nezavisne države Hrvatske.
were used to conduct experiments.
Tako daleko u dehumanizaciji drugoga, da ga više ne vidite kao čovjeka, kao ljudsko biće, kao ikonu Božju, kako hoćete.
Dehumanization is when we no longer consider a man, a person as a human being, but rather as an animal.
I dostojanstvo i da ga ubijete, nego čak da ga tretirate
And
kao životinju.
you deny him or her any rights, the human dignity, and treat him or her as a thing.
Danas su razvijeni do
These processes have always been present in history,
zastrašujući za one koji se bave tim.
and today they have reached a terrible level.
Morat će se ponovo, zato sam rekao, morat će se sjesti za
And
pregovarački sto, ali
what is happening today
jedna od osnovnih
is over.
stvari koje bi trebalo da se razgovara je
When it is over and everyone comes to the negotiating table, one of the rights we need to discuss is the right of an individual or of the people to the correct information instead of manipulations and lies.
više dana imao priliku da vidim.
A couple of months ago, I've been to Brussels, and today I see that poor people,
U strukturama nisu svjesni činjenica, nisu
educated
svjesni realnosti,
people,
jer su
do not realize
godinama,
the facts, the reality.
oni žive u Orwellovskom.
I have known them for decades.
I to je
They are
nešto
living
civilizaciju može
somewhere in a cloud.
i na tome zato insistiram non stop.
And
Hvala vam.
this is what the civilization could use. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое. У нас еще есть реплика.
Thank you very
Пожалуйста.
much. We have one more comment.
Ok, u redu. Poštovanje svima, ja sam Ninko Đurić, novinar i istražitelj i nešto bi se samo ovome dodao kao i također žrtva potomka i bivši
Good afternoon. I'm a research journalist,
koji imao tu nesreću da dospiju u zarobljeništvo.
and I've also been to camps.
Želim da
I
kažem
was
da područje
unfortunate
srednje
enough,
Bosne
and I have
se
seen
vode
life
žešće
there
borbe,
too.
to je područje srednje Bosne, Vozuća, opština Zavidovići. I to
The
nažalost doživjelo sudbinu
most
mnogih
terrible
drugih
struggling
mjesta,
took place
da
in
su
Žorović.
Srbi etnički, ali Izetbegović
The Serbs were subjected to aggression and had to leave the place, and that is when I got into the camp. Izetbegović, together with his Muslim army, as was reported by the Muslim TV, they considered themselves as liberators of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So it turns out that me, who was born there, had to leave the territories, while others, including
Спасибо.
migrants from Saudi Arabia, were considered as liberators.
Работает микрофон? Добрый день. Меня
Good
зовут
afternoon.
Горчаков Эдуард, заместитель
My name is
председателя
Eduard
Государственной
Asizyanov,
Думы Москвы,
Deputy Head of the Charge Autonomy in the city of Moscow.
который был
Unfortunately, I don't have so
несколько
much
вопросов.
knowledge about this conflict,
По
so let me
поводу
ask you a couple of
Второй
questions.
мировой войны,
First, as regards to the results of World
наказаны
War II, where the military crimes were military criminals were punished,
ну, массовые наказания,
and
например,
was it
в
mass
Советском
punishment,
Союзе,
like in the Soviet Union, for example,
проходило большое количество судов
when
над
there were
военными
many
преступниками,
trials against military criminals, and there were many verdicts, many punishments.
Это было довольно массовое явление.
So it was a mass phenomenon. Whether it was, there was something similar in the post-war Yugoslavia. And let me ask you another question about the role of. Thank you very much. As for World War II,
Jugoslavija sa Titom na čelu koja je bila komunistička,
Yugoslavia, headed by Tito,
svoje sudove sa
who pursued a communist ideology, established its own court.
ali više sa
And regarding military criminals,
ideološkog aspekta. Kao narodni neprijatelj, neprijatelj ideologije.
it conducted trials, but it was ideology driven.
U kontekst saradnje
Criminals were considered
sa Nijemcima
as enemies of the people, and the criminals
i bilo je
were accused rather of collaboration with the Germans. There were
ali ono što je
trials
važno reći
and verdicts from all parts,
da nije
but it is very important to stress the following.
za genocid na Srbe Vatikan
State of Croatia,
preko Austrije posle
through the Catholic
Italije
Church and Vatican,
tako da
got to Italy and he fled to North America. So these actors were never punished. The criminals, the perpetrators, were punished and they were executed, but the spiritual leaders were not punished for the genocide, not domestically and not on a global level. Talking about the civil war of the 90s, in The Hague, in the International Tribunal for former Yugoslavia, were verdicts for Serbs. Unfortunately, you weren't with us yesterday, and my colleague spoke about the tribunal. I can't remember everything today, but let me say this. As for the verdicts, the Serbs were sentenced for about 1,000 years of imprisonment in total. There were 8 sentences for life, long imprisonment. Others got some 20 years of imprisonment. Muslims. When I'm talking about Muslims, I mean Bosniaks. Today we call them Bosniaks. In 1974, Muslims got the status of a nationality, of ethnicity. And in the 90s, during the war, they started officially referring to themselves as Bosniaks for political reasons. But here I'm referring to the structure of Muslim brothers. Thus, they want to create their own ethnicity and get under their control as the whole of Bosnia and Herzegovina and create a single state of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So there were trials, there were sentences, but it's only obvious that this court continued to pursue political goals. It was established by many experts before me. Time later on for a discussion for the Q&A session, you'll be able to ask additional questions. So on our agenda, we had a statement by Dr. Wang Wen, Executive Dean of the Shenzhen Institute for Financial Studies, but unfortunately, my colleagues told me he wouldn't be able to participate, and that I was told that his colleague, Liu Chizhitsin, will be able to give us a presentation, and we'll be glad to welcome him for our discussion. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you. It's my turn to make a speech here. Can you hear me now? Okay, you give me a sign that you can hear me properly, so I can continue. Thank you, thank you. So I'm very happy to be here. Dr. Wang Wei is now have a very urgent meeting with the mayor of one city and cannot join your meeting. And I'm representing him to make a short speech, give some comments here. So you see, the topic is quite big and serious about the Western media lies and conspiracy that the so-called genocide in Xinjiang. I just give some very simple the facts that to show how lie the Western politicians they are made. I think at this moment in the world, there are only a few countries that are qualified for criminals for genocide. The number one is the United States. The United States genocide Indians. Why? Because as we know from the historical record, Indian people 200 years ago, they have almost 10 million Indians there. Now, how many there are in the America? Less than 500,000. Where they are? They have been killed. They have been disappeared by the Americans, genocided. But still no justice to bring these criminals in the court. And the Americans made another genocide criminals in the world. In Vietnam War, we know that in Vietnam War, not longer before, last century, 1950s, 1960s, they made genocide there. They killed so many innocents there with chemical weapons, biotechnical weapons there. Not only mass destructive weapons. They tried to genocide the whole people and the whole nation in Vietnam. This is the fact. But what they have been punished? No, nothing happened. Nowadays, they try to give the genocide the cap on Chinese government. This is totally nonsense. I have another factor to show how lies. In 19
Да-да, у нас немного подвисла картинка, мы надеемся, что связь возобновится.
the organ there, at that time only 500,000 people there, 1950s. But how many people, population here nowadays in Xinjiang? More than 3 million there. If we calculate some migrants from other provinces to Xinjiang, there's still that the new population for the minorities there, 2 million more. This is very contrasted differences between what happened in China and what happened in America. So it's very easy to identify who is the genocide criminals, who is the human rights protector. In China, we always have very simple words said, if you want to see how beautiful the place there, you have to go there to see by yourself. And another word is also very famous, not only in China, but all over the world. 100 times hearing is not better than 1 time seeing by yourself. Because now we welcome all foreigners, foreign journalists, even politicians to visit Xinjiang. Our government last year and the year before, we invited over 100 countries' ambassadors, diplomats, journalists visited Xinjiang. They came to Xinjiang, they visited all villages, not only in the municipal city, but also in the villages, in the far remote areas, to talk with the local people, with the minorities. I have to tell you, in Xinjiang, there's not only one minority that we were this minority, not only this one minority. We have there over 10 different minorities: Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan. All these, they are living here with a peaceful, harmonious life. Why the American only say that the Chinese government the genocide only waiver the Volga. This is nonsense, totally nonsense. Now I tell you that what we know that why the American politicians try to use this genocide Xinjiang case to stigmatize China. 4 years ago, one high official, the retired high official in the American military field, he made a very famous speech in America in the internal circle. They said the high official in America have decided to disrupt, destroy China. The best way is to stigmatize Xinjiang case. Only by separating Xinjiang from China, they can make China whole, separated, destroyed. This is a very simple conspiracy plotted by some few politicians and the militarians in America. Since then, we can see the timetable, what's happening in this conspiracy processing. 5 years ago, nobody talked about Xinjiang. Nobody. You can remember, you can check international media. 5 years ago, no word, nobody, no report, no journalist talking about the Xinjiang case, so-called forced labor, the so-called this genocide, so-called some slavers. 5 years ago, nothing happened. Everything happened in the 5 years. They began to make a propaganda, a movement. They use all means of internet and also newspapers, radios, or TVs, lies created by Americans, Germans, and also some German, Chinese, few people there. They make lies and distorting news about Xinjiang. In the 5 years that all the news about the so-called Xinjiang came out. So this is very simple to see that this is one part of the American plot, American conspiracy try to against the Chinese government. They cannot use or they cannot find other so-called good reason to fight against the Chinese civilization and Chinese human rights. We know that the human rights 20 years before was the hottest topic between Western and the Chinese government. But during the globalization, human rights is getting weaker, no more as the major points discussed between the two sides. But in the past 5 years, it became again on the table. What's happening? Why? I think everybody can get a very clear picture and idea. I just give you some good some examples how Chinese government made their national policy for minorities in China, including the minorities in Xinjiang. Because I don't want to always talking about the Uyghur minority in Xinjiang, because this is not only the minority in Xinjiang. In Xinjiang, we have over 15 different Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan, all these minorities, they are living there, enjoy their good, happy life. So Chinese government has always in very peripheral and favorable conditions, policies, special policies toward these minorities in China, not only in Xinjiang, but also in other provinces. If just I'll give you one example, how good conditions for these students from, they have a very favorable condition to get the university examination because of their identity as a minority. They can have more than 20, even 30 scores points higher than other normal people, the normal Han people, for instance. I give you some example. If you have 500 points for the university access to the examination, 500 points for normal people. But if the minorities, including the minorities in Xinjiang, they have only 480, for instance. Normally, such points and such scores cannot be qualified as a student of the university. But if he and she is a minority, he can get additional 20, 30 points more than other people. That's why we had already discussed in China, this is not fair for the other people, not called as minorities, but only minority, they have such favorable treatment and condition. The university examination access, the employment also the same. If two candidates for one job, one is for normal as for instance, Han people, but the other is a minority. This minority could be pre-qualified to be the job taken. Also in the other areas, all fields, all in the livelihood, that the minorities in China really enjoy a much higher social status, social respect. If we are talking who is a minority, who to be given a high treatment, high respect, high social position, this is true. That's why that makes some also a so-called discussion among the Han people that is not still available, still there. So from this point, I think no other country in the world, they're having such similar favorable policies to support the minorities in China. For those, I have to say, even one of the famous so-called activist, a lady is a famous. She is now exiled in Germany, in Munich. She is the chief of the so-called Xinjiang Independent Group. But you know her history? She was being the #1 rich in Xinjiang. Before she escaped to Germany, to Western countries, she was the #1 richest in Xinjiang. She had companies in Xinjiang. She collected all the fortune and the benefits because she made some frauds and also the tax execution, tax escape criminals. She was punished several years in prison. And then, but as a minority, she was released in advance, free, before she was expired this in the prison. And then she went to Western countries. Before she went out, she signed the agreement and even guaranteed that not to stigmatizing the facts, not telling the lies in the Western media. Then, but what she has done, she betrayed her motherland, her nation, her identity as a minority. So such people telling the lies for what reason? They are trying to build up a so-called Xinjiang Stan or the Uyghur or other country, like some other stan in the world. It's impossible because thousands of years that Xinjiang belongs to China, to mainland together. We work so hard together as a one family member. We have no conflicts even more. But what's happening? Because the Americans is a criminal for genocide, not any other countries. So when we are talking about this, about the human rights, we should say that America government is the number one. This is the fact. Sorry, I have to say, even with something, sometimes with many people here like the so-called American democracy or American so-called freedom, but the fact is that America has another very criminal, very dirty, very black face that they promised so nice, but what they have done is so ugly, so dirty. So I hope that the whole world, even these participants, if you have time, you're welcome to come to China to see what's really happening in Xinjiang. Because now in Xinjiang, we have highway, we have high-speed railway. All the families, they have special additional financial support to run their companies. And all families that they have enough the freedom and the democracy. So what we can see that we should tell the world the So we hope that this seminar, small meeting, can help the world that to have a better understanding what's really happening. But I think facts is more important than anything, because we know that Mao Zedong has a very famous word that it's important to seek truth from facts. I think you know this, but I have another word that was to modify this word. I said, in order to get the truth, it's most difficult to find which is the fact. The fact, we are telling you the fact, but the American telling you another liar's fact. How to identify? Come to the place, talk with the people to see the facts by your own self. That's all. Okay, thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Спасибо огромное.
Thank you very much. We're really grateful. The representative of the Chinese People's Republic for your presentation. We will change a little bit the format of our work. Let us go across the agenda and then leave time for questions, and we will be glad if our Chinese colleague will stay till the end and be able to answer questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Then next in our program, there's my speech. Please, Anastasia, could you start the presentation if possible? Once again, I will say that my name is Alexander Smirnov. I will speak about the genocide in Rwanda. I have to explain that I'm not expert of the international humanitarian law. My profile is information war and war on terror. But this case of Rwanda genocide was interesting for me once, because that's one of few proven cases, proven in court, when it was confirmed by proves the role of media in instigating genocide. And I'd like to share with you the main points of my paper. Let me check. The clicker is working well. First, I'd like to recommend you some literature which I used once when I prepared some articles. These are collective work, but please pay attention to what happens in the middle. This is Philip Gurevich, a book. It has a very unusual name. We wish to inform you that tomorrow we will be killed with our families. And these are lines from a real letter of one clergyman who sent a letter to the government begging to help his and his parish and but they were killed finally. This request was not satisfied. I was really impressed by this book. The first illusions were dissolved about the international relations with after I studied the book of Mr. Komsky, which is called A Profit on People. But this very book completely destroyed my all illusions, which sometimes are being informed in a very high ranked spirits. And the previous speaker paid attention to the narrative of breaking human rights and suppressing national minorities is used against the Chinese People's Republic in the Western propaganda, but it is also used against other countries too. And here in my speech, I'd like to explain a few aspects of the international influence of the West. As for Russian-speaking literature, we have had a very powerful study made by the higher school economics professor, Mr. Krivushin, and I also would like to pay your attention to my article, which was published in Svobodnaya Mysl magazine. And I'd like to share with you some thoughts from this paper. And yes, one more thing, there were specific and concrete court decisions documented the proven basis, the malicious and malicious deeds of some Rwanda authorities. The general characteristics of happenings and developments at that time. We speak specifically about 1994. These were the events which happened quite shortly and chronologically started to April 6 and July 18, although the violence kept in other times, but the framework of the genocide were quite short in the historical point of view. The targeted destruction of one of peoples of Rwanda, Tutsi people, and the part of the vast majority of Rwanda peoples, Hutu, who were announced the supporters of the enemy.
Учитывая, да, короткие рамки, там
The number of victims was colossal by various estimates, from 500,000 up to 1 million deaths occurred during this time. But it only happened in a short time frame, and the number of victims was colossal. Mr. Gurevich mentions in his book that it was a massive massacre, and the perpetrators even referred to it as work. There are terrible things. For example, Tutsi people were brought together into a single village, and hundreds of people were killed. For example, the militias left in the night, late in the evening, and in the morning they got back there to kill those who still remained alive. And probably machete was one of the symbols of those events. It was one of the main instruments of the genocide. Firearms were used too, as well as grenades and other objects. But the image of these militias from the Rwandan army, from the Intro-Humber armed groups, have become the icon, the symbol of these terrible events. Many kids, children were killed, as well as many women. In the report by Human Rights Watch, there is a special article dedicated to the sexual violence against women. By the way, those are the pictures from a museum dedicated to these events. It is located in the capital of Rwanda. Right now, I'm not going to go into detail as to how these events unfold. These events ended with the victory of the so-called Patriotic Front, headed by Kagame, and up until now, he remains the president of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, a picture of him back in those years and a modern picture of him. As to the role of the West, the role of the West was quite a negative one. There was a UN peacekeeping mission then headed by Romeo Dallaire, a Canadian general. And I should say that this mission was a complete failure. It didn't perform any of its functions. It didn't accomplish any of its functions. The preparation of the genocide lasted for years, since the beginning of the 90s, when there were clashes between the ruling regime and the Rwandan Patriotic Front. This massive ideological propaganda work took place, and in the years before the genocide, arms were distributed among these armed troops and among the population. There was an attempt by the UN, or rather there were reports to the UN headquarters about the preparations of this massacre, but it was ordered to refrain from any specific actions and to continue the observations. And when the events entered an active phase and the active massacre began, the work of the mission was limited to evacuation of diplomatic staff of Western countries, and they failed to perform their function to protect the civilians. By the way, the former head of this mission published a book with a telling name, Shaking Hands with the Devil, the failure of humanity in Rwanda. After he got back, he even made an attempt of a suicide. He was aware of the complete failure of his mission. One of the key triggers or circumstances that contributed to the genocide was the activity, the work of this mission, and the policy pursued by Western countries. In my article, I refer to the quotation by Mr. Kagame, who said, during the genocide, the world was standing aside with the hands in the pockets. And there is another quotation. The promise given by the West that genocide would never happen wasn't fulfilled. And the problem remains that blaming the evil is not the same as making good. There have been official conclusions by the UN, and even these words speak volumes. They refer to the lack of political will to prevent the massacre. When I was reading the book of Philip Gurevich, I was impressed by the paragraphs about the Western humanitarian mission. Even when the bloody events ended in Rwanda, there were many refugee flows to Tanzania and other neighboring countries. And I was shocked and impressed by the following. The Western organizations, humanitarian organizations, provided to the refugees some blankets and warm clothes, but these people begged to protect them from violence. They were simply exterminated with machetes, and they were helpless So on the one hand, we could say that there was positive humanitarian activity, but what can be the help of a blanket or a warm piece of clothes when in the morning of the next day the militias come with a machete and kill you? So helplessness is the key word. And let me stress, Gurevich is an American journalist. It's not Russian propaganda. And he was awarded by many associations in America. And his book is an absolute bestseller. So it is hard to accuse him of an attempt to distort the picture. Although if he had written this book now, he would be probably accused as a propaganda tool of the Kremlin. Well, actually, there were two media during that time: the Kangura newspaper, which translated into English means the awakening. And by the way, Al-Qaeda also had a newspaper with the same name. And the second media was RTLM, radio. The graves are not yet full. This slogan interests me too. It is one of the slogans of the hate speeches that were disseminated by this radio station. I'm not going to read everything that you see on the slide. Very often when we research extremist ideology, a lot of attention is paid to the creation of the image of an enemy. The participants of our yesterday's discussion said a lot about it, and so we see how step by step this image of the enemy was created. There was an ethnicity that with which one coexisted peacefully centuries long, and there were attempts to portray a picture about the confrontation and struggles between Hutu and Tutsis. However, one should realize that up until the end of the 20th century, there had been no armed clash and confrontation between them. These tensions were provoked by the struggles between the colonial powers, between Belgium and Germany. Another interesting historic document, which is a quintessence, the narratives, the so-called the Hutu 10 commandments. It is mentioned here that Tutsis are enemies, that Tutsi women are connivances of the enemy. They try to marry a Hutu man to recruit them for their purposes. It is a very interesting document. It is full with hatred. The previous speaker spoke about dehumanization. Probably it is a common feature of any extremist propaganda, extremism and genocide propaganda. It took place during the Rwandan conflict too. Dushan said that you need to turn a human being into an animal, and here it's not an animal, it's an insect. Through RTLM and Konguru, the Tutsi and Tutsi people were referred to as insects. It was made in order to make the later violence easier. During the International Work Tribunal, We heard a lot from those media. People of Tutsi were referred to as cockroaches. For example, some people said, common people said, we understood it was a call coming from our government, and we were simply two with their heads. Hence, another quotation that interests me a lot. It is a direct quotation from one of the broadcasts. I remember that sun will rise soon for those who is young enough. The sunrise means the first light is the beginning of a new day. There will come a day when there are no more cockroaches on our soil. End of the quote. Speaking about the role of media in inciting genocide, at the first stage, they tried to create hostility against the Tutsis. People were told not to feel sorry for Tutsi, and lasted for about 3 years. After the genocide, these bloody events unfolded. What were the roles played by the media? First, they disseminated direct calls for mass killings, and not only calls. In live broadcasts, they referred to specific addresses where Tutsis were living and called for the militias of the armed units to go there and kill the Tutsis. And further, there is a picture in my presentation showing that fighters, militia fighters, held machete in one hand and the radio receiver in another hand, and so they are headed directly to the addresses mentioned by the radio station. Not only Tutsis suffered from the massacre, but also many of Hutu representatives, those who were referred to as traitors, those who helped the enemy. Let me read out something from the materials of the Iran tribunal. Members of the militia units listened to the RTLM broadcasts and received information from that radio station, radio broadcaster. Tutsis were called enemies that had to be totally and fully exterminated. I remember the statement of one political figure on the radio who called to cheer Tutsis to small foxes. That's the expression he used in his speech. That is the picture I was talking about. Another conclusion of the International Tribunal: the newspaper and the radio broadcaster repeatedly referred to Tutsis as an object that had to be exterminated. They demonized Tutsis, attributing to them many evil things. The media called to exterminate the ethnic group of Tutsis and presented it as an immediate and forced reaction to the threat emanating from them. The criminals were punished and sentenced. They were sentenced to 30 and more years of imprisonment. But most interestingly, the sentences were reconsidered later and they were downgraded. And probably it happened with the intervention of the Western politicians. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, we have 17 minutes left until the lunch break. If someone of our today's participants would like to give a comment, I would only appreciate it. Please tell me, why so much hatred against these people? What are the root causes of this hatred? Thank you very much. Well, first of all, both of these people represent Rwanda. Hutu had a larger population than Tutsi. And when I made my researches, I read that for centuries they coexisted peacefully and there were no ethnic clashes. But at the first stage, the colonial politics of the colonial powers played its role. First, they made a stake on the Tutsis, and then in the mid of the century, they switched. The Tutsis left the political elite, and the stake was made on the Hutu, and so it came to tensions between them. Some good things, like introduction of passports with where nationality had to be mentioned, played its role, because initially, in the public opinion, there was no watershed between these nationalities. It was quite flexible. But after the nationality had to be clearly identified in the passports, you had to clearly identify yourself, either with Hutu or with Tutsi. It came to this fragmentation. Then there was political struggle for power between representatives of different peoples. But nonetheless, in the 80s, there were no armed clashes and confrontations. But the role of the media was colossal. In 3 years, they managed to escalate the hatred to a highest level. They stimulated this massacre. And let me repeat myself. Many of those who were charged during the trials said they didn't have any organic hatred. They simply listened to what was said in the radio broadcasts by politicians. There was a grouping called the Hutu Power. And here there were objective prerequisites. However, the hatred campaign played a colossal role. May I comment something in response? When I was listening to it, I felt it was terrible. However, many people didn't know it.
We never heard about it in Europe, but they knew in Europe about the genocide against Serbs during World War II. It repeated in World War II, World War II, and in 1991, especially in Croatia. For the Croatian, it is a shame to kill a Serbian by a bullet. You become a real Ostash if you kill a Serb in a different way. You should either kill it by hitting with a mallet, with a hammer, or by knife, serbesek, the special knife, serbesek, and they cut the head off from ear to ear. And it repeated not for the first time in 1991. And Europe kept silent. Europe filmed movies how Serbs kill Croatians and not the vice versa. There was no case in the Hague Tribunal on that. They never tried it. But this was Europe. But if we are absolutely honest, myself as a historian tried to find out the reasons of this Ustash and Croatian hatred towards Serbs. There are prerequisites for that. One, I would mention one or two, but we don't know to the end. But in Rwanda, it is still not the core hatred, not the root hatred, but the happenings, the events in 1990s against Serbs in Croatia, we can call a non-civilized Europe. Thank you very much. I will be absolutely concise here. I was also thinking about this issue, and on my opinion, there is a specific of the Western mindset of not common people, but elites. In those cases when it is good for us, we see some violence and we blow up a fantastic media campaign. But when it is not profitable or runs counter to the interest of Western countries, they turn a blind eye to it, absolutely. And the yesterday presentations of distinguished colleagues prove that. We can see it in the context of Ukraine, what happens there when there are shootings from rocket systems on a daily basis on Donbas cities, and no one is interested in that. But where it is possible to use some events, sometimes they are inspired, fake events like in Bucha, to condemn Russian Federation and to accuse, they really use it. And this is absolutely called an hypocritic position. They understand very well what they do, and they do it.
Hvala vam. Javio sam se ponovo zato što imam ličnu kućnu prijateljicu iz Ruande.
I like to say I have a friend of mine. We work with her for a long time. She's from Rwanda. The whole family of her was killed in Rwanda. Her only brother managed to survive, and her fate is really specific. She was seeking for answers to these terrible events, being a Christian person, and she even tried to understand them, understand those actions made under manipulation. And it is very important to say that one of the representatives of a good educated family, and this is also interesting, and this is related to your question, Mrs. Guskova, since I'm dealing with the Holocaust and hatred issues, I can cite you an example which leads to the genocide as is. And it is not related where it happens, it is important when it happens and where are the root causes 100 years ago or even longer. So in my paper, I insisted on this final dehumanization of other peoples. This is the first step which leads to the genocide, to the elimination of one people by others. We create certain certain hindrances here, and then we go over to the symbolic things when one group of people radically destroys the other one and eliminates other one. And in some cases, some assets of a country can become a problem and can lead to terrible collisions and terrible conflicts. And out of this radicalization, we go over to dehumanization, when we stop seeing a human being or a citizen in other people, God's creation, and so on. We see only evil, and this will be the reason. This would be the reason to provide conditions to execute these terrible things. This is an example, and Dragon explained it very clearly. And I'm not going to go now into those details. Same thing you can see in the situation with Rwanda. When I was talking to my colleague, she described the same steps. Everything was like in the World War II, in 90s in Serbia. And the key thing which is important for us today is the mainstream media issue who serve politics and global national powers. And they have certain interests, first of all, economic interests, and based on which they start certain political processes. We have a 30 years experience when our people were killed, were executed, and eliminated. In this case, I mean Christians and Serbs, and CNN showed those shootings as funerals of Muslims. Or, for example, not far away from Sarajevo, where there were no war, where the life was normal, they show how Serbs live in peace and quietly, and how they live everyone in isolation. So this method was existing and was used 30 years ago. It has been there 30 years ago. We understand that those people made decisions sitting somewhere in a quiet place with a glass of wine in their hand, and when in the Bosnian part of Sarajevo, they were accommodated in the Belgrade hotel, which is now Bosnia Hotel. They set up their camp there. And this picture, this image that they were creating in their editorials was the basis for today. It is developed at a very high level, and I keep talking about it. And today we are facing absolutely the same situation. Today, the Russophobia, not Serbophobia, but Russophobia exists on a global level. And today it is the government of Russia, if they support a different position. We Serbs have same experience, and probably today the same could happen with the machete in the hand. And the pattern is absolutely the same. You should learn how to detect it. If you start dehumanizing, you should understand how it happens, and you should understand what to do about that. You should learn on the experience of others, and it implies, of course, the responsibility. I speak about our Serbian responsibility as well. Of course, different nations bear different responsibilities, and dehumanization implies responsibility for Serbs and for others. It is very important to repeat that what Mr. Putin said in one of the interviews. You should not allow xenophobia to develop. And now there's absolutely no difference. The struggle for civilization lasts. One nation, one community keeps itself, and it should stop seeing a human in other nations. And as soon as that happens, dehumanization appears, and our role and our task is to keep human relations and and dehumanization is the only first way in this. And we have to speak more about that. I shouldn't take more of your time. Please pay attention to that. I'm pleasantly surprised by the content of your presentation, which raises some questions which could be. And I'd like to say a few words as regards our interests. Those issues and those questions should be replied in the context of our discussion. And our colleague Milorad mentioned that at our session yesterday, it is obvious, it is very important to understand facts. I'd like to point out that the European society, on the instruction of the US, is they about not to use diplomatic words. They are about to use harsh words and harsh language. Like in 1997, what Turkey made in Khrushchev's after World War I, those evil deeds and those atrocities towards Serbs by Turkeys. At that time, European Commission used this term for the first time. The genocide over Serbs lasts longer. And yesterday I started from 1887, and this is the year that I believe is the point when the political expansion of the German National Corps started to build one political position which is still dominating till now. Then 1991, where the Warsaw Treaty collapsed, and the goal of this expansion, which is supported both by the Great Britain and the US, I can cite an example of that. Since 1888 to 1990, in Kosovo and Metohija, Serbs were subject to crimes, and this original Serbian space has the position that there is no Serbian population due to NATO aggression in 1990s, and they are trying to capture this territory and attach it to Albania and to restore the Great Albania. This clearing this territory from Serbs by terrible means. In 1914 to 1918, there was Archibald Rice who accepted the invitation, and I just repeat it for you to know that the events in Ireland is also closely connected to that. We should remember the crimes against Serbs. These are the crimes of Germans and Hungaries and Croatians, Hungarians, Croatians. They killed Serbs by different means. This is Serbian suffering. Like Parnjapor movement, within this movement, 500,000 people were just killed as animals. People, they kill everybody by different means, by means they can. And Serbia lost that war and lost about 1/3 of its population. These are the data as of 1914. And during the occupation, those crimes continued, like Bulgarians as occupants on this territory. They buried Serbians into the ground, and they train their soldiers on executing Serbians. And when I hear to your presentation, at least one of the presentations should be devoted to the issue of Serbian sufferings. And afterwards, we may know to what extent Serbians were suffering. The youth of Serbia should know about it, and we have to repeat that it lasts till the notice and even later. Look what is done by Austro-Hungarians and by Bulgarians. They use different means to eliminate Serbian people. They poison, they kill, they do it all. Please let me finish. In 1980, there was a document of Archibald Rice. He recorded there that from the Serbian city till 1918, they show and confirm the massive killings in Kruševca and other locations in many different Serbian cities. This is the only document which exists in only one copy and which was used during the peaceful talks. The war is over and 1.2 million Serbians. Sorry, my emotions here, because I know it's been
Francuzi koji eksploatišu Francusku, odnosno Afriku.
So
Uvode
here are some new figures.
rudnike, plaćaju im nekim novcem, dete može
They go to the mines, pay some money to the people,
ali ja govorim o evropskom narodu, o srpskom narodu.
and they can also use labor, child labor. And today the Serbs is in great danger in Kosovo and Metohija. Croats kill Serbs. There are 57 ways to kill Serbs there, and it is laid down in the books and publications. One of these books has a weight of 7 kilos. So what's happening to those who commit these crimes? Some have fled.
Pomenuli smo jednog od najvećih figura u islamskom svetu koji je pripadnik i zaštitnik Hunter divizije. Jedinica koja gde se pojavila u srpskim sredinama nije ostavljeno nigde ništa živo. Ko zna u Evropi?
The divisions left no one alive. Who knows about it in Europe? Well, they do know it, but Germany doesn't want these reports to be published, and they adopt packages of documents, as it was the case in Nazi Germany in 1941. The sufferings in Belovaro, the first camp in Danzig, from 41 to 45, when the war in Europe was over. The camps there still existed. Olmec, Jasenovac. There was the whole network of camps, and in Jasenovac was a camp for Serb children. That is terrible. About 1 million people suffered. The communist power in Yugoslavia has concealed a lot, and until the late 80s, we didn't have enough information. What do Germans do? How do they help Croats? So many years up to the Battle of Stalingrad, when it was clear how the war would end. I'm a historian by education. And throughout many years, I dealt with various battles, including the Stalingrad battle. And if we get back to the territory of Yugoslavia, new authorities came to power, and under the influence of the Bolsheviks, it banned any researchers into the genocide. I'm going to add soon. In the Second War, the Serbs lost 1,120,000 thousand people. The policy of genocide against the Serbs led to the dissolution of Yugoslavia, and again it came to the killings against Serbs. Thank you very much for your attention. Today, there are only 3% of the original initial Serbs left in their territory. The victim was turned into a criminal. What happened? How can we identify it? How can we call it? How can we call the aggression against Yugoslavia in 1999 without any trial? You can't come up with an adequate term to describe it. Huge numbers of equipment, huge army, 19 NATO member states and 7 allies bombed Serbia for 78 days. Everything, they bombed everything. The reality substitutes the terms, as was mentioned by our previous speaker. So we see how with propaganda one can turn the blue into the yellow, the black into the white. That is the task before the Russian, the Serbian humanitarians and researchers to research, to analyze it. I'm sorry, I probably was too emotional, but I can't help but be emotional. Our institute has prepared a museum exhibition to show the people of New York, at least at one wall, the scale of suffering of our people. But we couldn't do this because diplomacy is the art of life. It's not something good. Member states of the NATO who bombed Serbia today do business in Kosovo, they build roads. Okay, 3 minutes. And here is my call. We should unite our efforts to make sure that our democracy wins, and not the sort of democracy that was brought with missiles and with weapons. If I was speaking as a military, well, that's my knowledge, that's my experience. And I find it outrageous. But thanks God, Russia has great people. I adore Suvorov. Please find how to save the humanity. And this confrontation between the light and the dark, this civilization against another civilization that tries to impose on us other rules of the game. Thank you very much for your attention, and please remember what I've said. Thank you very much. So the topic was very interesting, and we had a very vivid discussion. Thank you for your open and sincere presentation remarks. The field of the media, the new ICT technologies, and thanks to the domination of these technologies, you can turn a victim into a criminal and a criminal into a victim. Yesterday, a lot was said about the events in Srebrenica, where everything was turned upside down. But through these false narratives, these lies continue to exist. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'll try to be brief. Since we have touched upon the issue of the media, it is a topic of our next session. There is something we need to remember, and we need to know that it is not governed by international law. The international law has many acts, legal acts, and regulations, and absolutely everyone has to observe them without any discrimination. But in the very beginning of the work of the Hague Tribunal, and I mentioned this yesterday, I'm not going to repeat this today, it was established that as a result of the establishment of the tribunal for former Yugoslavia, and there was a similar tribunal for Rwanda, that I'm not an expert in this field, international law has discredited itself completely. It has become an instrument that serves only the interests of one group of people or countries. It was used as a tool, as a means to dominate, to govern other countries and other territories. And it is a problem. We spent a lot of time talking about the media. How the image was created of Serbs as criminals. There is a different group claiming that Serbs are not criminals. So it is the right of the listeners to take the decisions based on the incoming information. But the media probably have the ultimate authority. What we need is independent justice, and media should be independent, and they should try to confront the lies. For 10 years, I have been dealing with this topic, and I've been trying to draw the attention of our people to the definition of genocide. Genocide is extermination of a certain group. The essence is extermination of one racial or ethnic group. When we are talking about Srebrenica, it is a situation where Bosniaks continue to speak about the 800 and 300 killed Bosniaks. I'm a lawyer, and nowhere it is mentioned that we kill more than 7,000 people out of a population of 8 million. You can describe it as genocide. The character of the murders of the genocide matters. There are different qualifications and different definitions. Something can be qualified either as a murder or the genocide. Our compatriots, our citizens, even started saying that there was a genocide in Dragana, where 300 people were killed in different ways, like there were mass burial sites, some people were imprisoned in camps or prisons. But please don't use the term genocide in this case. Please never confirm that Srebrenica was genocide, because if we say that it is genocide, then based on the character of the murder, well, we don't deny that it was a crime. But we well, not in our way to reconciliation, but we want to prevent such situations in the future. The ultimate authority should say what happened. It is not something that should be manipulated by the media. At such conferences or at similar conferences, we should speak everyone from our own perspective. But international law needs to get back within the framework of conventions, and we need to strictly follow the law and conventions. There are still manipulation. In the 90s, there were statements about the genocide of Serbs against Bosniaks, and now you see again we have information that Russians commit genocide against Ukrainians. But tell me, as someone who doesn't know or cannot interpret correctly the term genocide, can investigate such crime. Someone who cannot qualify a deed as genocide, he couldn't give such, he couldn't investigate such crime. It was said correctly that we need to find ways to interpret the geopolitical events, to deal with them from the point of view of international law. It is not an easy process. And I think we can go on and on talking everyone about his own topic, but nothing will change. Well, we might be encouraged. They say there is a possibility of reconsideration of some sentences against those who no longer live. So we need to show with fact and we should try to make sure that adequate international standards are being observed. Thank you very much for your attention. Well, colleagues, thank you everyone. We don't have much time left. We are already half an hour late. And now I'd like to give the floor to one more speaker. Colleagues, I believe we shouldn't try to find the truth where there is none. Yesterday, General Russophobia drew an example of Anglo-Saxon vision of our world. They know what sort of world they are trying to build. They wanted to serve their interests, and in advance they have attributed a specific role to each and every one of us. And during their visit to the Trinity Lavra, head of the Mystics told Mr. Russophobia, "Well, we have shown you the way to the light. Why do you get back into the darkness using some artificially invented religion?" That is their treatment of the attitude to our world. We ourselves need to realize whether we want to participate in this world or whether we will create our own world in accordance with our vision. Until we come up with an answer, this will continue, because everyone who doesn't fit into the Anglo-Saxon world order, the image of the world order, will be exterminated. That was my main point. Thank you very much. I agree with you. Searching for the truth in the Western world is hopeless, but we need to try to uphold the truth. We need to fight for the truth. That's what we should do, in particular by building, shaping our new ideology and worldview. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues, for the vivid discussion, for your interesting remarks. We have 25 minutes left until the fourth session. Thank you very much.
Poštovane koleginice i kolege,
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. For me, it's a great pleasure and a great honor to speak at this session and moderate the model of international organizations and transnational media as a geopolitical weapon. Today, in the center of attention of the Ukrainian conflict and of the global process, we see the movements towards multicultural international order. The multinational, transnational media, unfortunately, are a geopolitical weapon in the process of striving for international legitimization of countries, and they play a very important role on the ground. It is very important to understand that what happens today with Russia, what happens in Ukraine and globally is not something new. There are precedents and examples of those situations, especially situations with Serbian people in terms of methodology and strategy, which we felt in our country in 1990s. Let me share with you my experience, where I want to point out and highlight some strategic fight and strategic communication matters which we can recognize now in Ukraine. Within the reports of international commissions for investigating Sarajevo and Srebrenica events, and it was already discussed during this conference, I have focused on... Sorry, I'd like to bring up my presentation now. So in this report, we already discussed today and yesterday during the conference, I've been working on this report, which was relevant for media and creation of a black and white discourse about Russia in the Western media as of the conflict in Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. If we take a look at this chart, these are the contents of magazines, Economist, Le Monde, and New York Times. They showed informing starting from December 90 to June 1991. This informing was very single-sided, single-minded, and they refused to accept Serbian arguments, pro-Serbian, pro-Yugoslavian definitions were accepted in a negative context. And you see in The Economist the number of reports, 60% negative comments about Serbs, 34 neutral, and 3 positive. In Times, what we have in Times, and Le Monde, 56 are negative. Based on those analyses, it was obvious that one picture was created about good guys and bad guys even before the war. So this data clearly demonstrate the construction of an archetype for the fight between good and evil, and the role of evil belongs especially the Serbian side, even before the clashes, before the first shootings. You see what's the difference between Serbians and Croatians on the other side. Serbians were depicted as hegemonists, centralists, those who want to have centrally planned economy. On the other side, they were shown as communists who are very stubborn and single-minded. And Slovenians and Croatians in media were depicted as freedom, as a very well-known hypothesis. He severely criticized this model in the crisis because the fight of evil against good or good against evil, provided demonizing Serbs and making them a group of people who deserve punishment. Alija Izetbegovic, leader of Bosnian Muslims, used this standpoint, and also it was used by Bill Clinton, Madeleine Albright in the States. They played a huge role in all this process. Ali Izetbegovic, they used all facts against Ali Izetbegovic, which they have, and journalists have become sure very quickly that Serbian means evil, that a fight between good and evil happens in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And Bosnians were for good, and they have become victims to this conflict. The International Commission on Investigating Sarajevo and Srebrenica events was using Western public opinion against the Serbs. We can call them the trigger events. The events which instilled the specific political reaction. All those interpretations were very controversial. And although they knew very clearly what will be political aftermath. Now, like in May 1992, shooting to start bombing Bosnia and Herzegovina and against Serbians. In 1992, there was the cleansing when more than 100,000 Serbs were banished from the territory of Croatia. On the Security Council of UN, it was masked, it was disguised. When Madeleine Albright, the ambassador of the United States at that time, showed satellite pictures of graves, and those graves were represented as victims of Croatians, and the Serbian victims, Serbian sacrifice were not taken into account. And it was all used as a ground for starting bombing Yugoslavia. After 4 years, the Ratchik case in Kosovo was used for attacking NATO on Serbia. In 1992, in August, I was in Pristina, and that was my first day as a journalist from France Press Agency in Kosovo at Metohija. On the same day when I arrived in Pristina, my colleagues from the French media were in Rajka, and that day I saw they were doubting, that they were suspecting the manipulation. On the next day, the media press center in Pristina, where there were journalists, international journalists were there. An American came there, William Walker, the ex-operative worker, operative agent. He said that he was in Rajka and something terrible happened there. When I arrived in Rajik, there were 30 bodies scattered across the whole village, and it was the crime against humanity. And that was called a crime against humanity committed by Serbs against Albanian civilians. Although indeed they said that were Albanian terrorists, and everything was accompanied by the international investigation, and the result of this investigation were very much expected for the international community. So NATO, for some few months, were preparing for bombing Serbia. They waited just for a trigger, and this trigger was this announced crime against humanity. I was attending in Pristina Helena Ranta press conference in March 1999, and as a result of this conference, she refused to punish refused to call it the crime against humanity, what happened in Brachka. Madeleine Albright was very nervous, and when it seemed that the conference was filled and finished, abduction doctor didn't say what was expected. Then the American journalist stood up and asked, was Rachka a crime against humanity? And the worker was so red, and he took a pen and he broke this pen. And then Helena Ranta was looking scary, very scared, and she was really scared. And she said, yes, that was the crime against humanity. The Americans signed and nodded complacently. And this was the green light or a trigger to start bombing of Serbia that began a week later on in March 1999. After 22 years, the head of the diplomatic mission of France told about Rachka, which was an excuse for NATO bombing on Serbia. He said that it was a fake, the biggest deception and cheating of the late 20th century. Within 3 years during NATO aggression in Kosovo, I condemned and I disclosed a number of such fakes. And when I was told that Ibragimova was injured by Serbians, I personally visited him home, and it turned out that he was absolutely safe and not injured. Another person allegedly killed was seen in the market when Hashim Taci, the leader of Albanian Albanian movement, received information from James Reading that on Pristina stadium there is a concentration camp with 100 Albanians. This information was negated within half an hour. NATO aggression became the model of strategic communication. On April 14, 1999, not far away from Čakovica in Metohija, NATO killed 70 Albanians who were contained in a colony, and together with Los Angeles Times journalist in 1994, and the photographer from Reuters, who also received a lot of decorations and awards. We came to the site when NATO planes were circling above us, and thanks to the satellite phone one of the guys had in Kosovo, because we didn't have any mobiles, that I sent urgent information about the attack of NATO planes, and you can see like we shooted these bombings, and in the red tie that was me, in the yellow tie that was me, the guy in the yellow tie. We wrote and the serial numbers of missiles, and these were the clear proof who was to blame, who was bombarding the column. The NATO planes killed those whom they should have protected, and it was shocking for the public opinion. That was a shock. My news was published as breaking news. When there was a European Union summit in Brussels, they asked journalists about this attack, and Tony Blair answered that that were Serbians did. I know Serbians, and they did this. Later on, the NATO speaker redirected the public attention because everyone learned the truth, but the focus was already shifted towards other events. After 5 days, they admitted that NATO really bombarded this column, but this was the result of Slobodan Milošević's attack on Serbia. Just recently, we saw this incident with the Ukrainian missile on the territory of Poland. And again, you see, after 23 years, Jamie Shea, as a pensioner already working in the Council of Europe, was commenting this incident, and he said, I'm sorry about the victims of Poland, but this happening is the result of the Russian invasion and Russian attack. And the General Secretary Stoltenberg, and nothing changed in NATO if we speak about propaganda. And after the war, for the next 6 months, he publishes an article about the war where he described what happened during NATO attack on 14th of April. And as Telegram said, Bill Clinton called and claimed that NATO is losing the media war. And then he sent his assistant from England on the train, and he took the control over the media there. And he did a quite a successful job. First of all, he requested to strengthen efforts among NATO countries in terms of supporting the bombings. It has become the beginning of the media war, and it has become a model which was used later after 4 years when there was a communication campaign at that time. They discussed the lack of a weapon of mass destruction. And so the NATO member countries thought that this bombing was absolutely necessary, and the Western narrative promoted the image of Serbs as aggressors, and it was also present in the enlightening and the description of Kosovo conflict. Early in May 1999, a philosopher, Brecht, came to Kosovo. After he came back to Paris, he wrote an open letter to Jacques Chirac, president of France at that time, and even on the front page of the French paper, an article was published on that. He started with the claim that all data we have in Kosovo conflict are wrong, and the full wave accusing him in wrong data, in false data, rose in the French media. At that time, they said that this would make an end of his career as a journalist. And 7 years before that, in 1992, and we can see it on the top left picture, we see him speaking with the Muslim representatives. Then we see him walking in Odessa in the Ukrainian side, from the Ukrainian side. At the same time, the experience which was received in Kosovo, in France in 1999, they opened a huge debate. As they say, within the uniform thinking, they pointed at the danger for the French democracy when there is only one truth is selected. And there is also a danger of refuting other points of view. And they also told it within the Yugoslavian conflict.
In his most recent book, he dealt with the issues of the US civilization. In this context, he said the following: the US gives certain examples of observations that may be used in daily life, and the American success depends on how much this tradition is taken over in European media and how it influences the everyday life. The same happens with regards to the cancel culture that we've been observing over the past several months. They try to cancel and destroy the Russian culture and the Russian cultural figures. But I wouldn't like to focus on the media alone. I would like to give a broader perspective, so I should touch upon international law too. We also need to give some examples of positive observance of international law, and in this context I would like to mention the Declaration of Independence, Proclamation of Independence of Kosovo. Indeed, we had to deal with a coordinated act of Kosovan Albanians who agreed on the basis of documents provided by the European Union. Then I worked as a reporter, and I was present there on the ground and at a meeting from one of my colleagues. I'm not going to name him, from the Western media. But after the independence of Kosovo, he showed me a document that was prepared for the then summit by an assembly of diplomats in Sweden, and it contained all steps necessary to be taken to declare independence. At that moment, definitely, the role of international organizations was violated, and it was particularly stressed that the process of declaring Kosovo independent accomplished with the help of manipulations from the top officials. The West recognized the decision to declare the independence of Kosovo, and Russia and Serbia challenged the decision. However, the West said that Kosovo was an exceptional case, and only for Kosovo such decisions could be applied. Why and on the basis of which specific provisions no one dare say. The reason of what one calls rules-based order today is actually based on arbitrary rules established by the West. 2008, there was a conference in Brussels. A US representative, as well as a representative of France and the Russian State Duma, are depicted in this picture. And they were asked whether the recognition of independence of Kosovo was a violation of international law. The answer was no. It was mentioned that Kosovo was an exceptional case, and there was no chance for the Republic of Srpska to leave the country too. And when the third guest of the conference, Mr. Gorchakov from Russia, had to take the floor, two Romanian speakers from France and the US left the scene, and while Gorchakov was waiting to be given the floor, his counterparts started greeting other colleagues and continued their way and even left the room, and even took a coffee before leaving the room. When I saw this conduct, this behavior, which is completely unacceptable, Gorchakov, when he saw this, he said, "I would like to say, Mr. Kushner, before he leaves the room, that you committed a great mistake." And then Kushner, with a cup of tea in his hand, smiled and cried, saying that only history will judge. And several months later, in summer 2008, We saw how history started evaluating these events. It came to a conflict in Georgia because of Abkhazia, and indirectly it also resulted into the today's Ukraine conflict. Putin himself also refers often to the Kosovo conflict and considers it as a violation of international law. At the same time, it is very important that despite any accusations against Russia, to remember that Serbia was being forced to recognize the independence of Kosovo. In conclusion, let me say that the Serbian case is the first case of strategic cancelling of culture of some country, when in order to follow the strategic interests of the West, certain arguments are being provided that work completely in order to deprive a complete entity or nationality of its dignity. We have already mentioned dehumanization today and yesterday as a reason of escalation of the conflict. Just as the Ukraine conflict started to happen even before the 24th of February, we had to deal with bans and censorship against certain kinds of information. There was no alternative point of view, and only one outcome was possible. The main goal was to persuade those who have a different opinion that they have no choice and everyone could have just one position and attitude. Next is the policy of fake news, which are part of a bigger strategic concept. And next is the tactics of raising emotions by the audience, which works towards radicalization of the views and provokes, leads to the agreement to the support, to the greater popular support for providing money, weapons, and so on. Thank you very much. And now I resume my role as moderator. And at the beginning, I would like to make one announcement. We have one minor change to our agenda. Alexei Nikolov and Alexander Broad won't be able to join us today. That is very unfortunate. So in order to enhance our panel, we have Mr. Niko Đurić, who is a publisher and journalist from the Republic of Srpska. And first, I would like to give the floor to Farid Farisov, who is the head of the Regional Tatar National Cultural Autonomy of Moscow and deputy chairman of the Council of Muftis of Russia. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to speak at such a representational event. And let me clarify something. Mr. Nikolov, are not you going to speak now? Okay, all right. I have prepared a small report. I'm a practitioner. Let me tell you briefly what we are doing right now. The modern practices of public organizations to establish digital immunity among young people and children. That's what we are dealing with. Our autonomy, our representation of Tatars in Moscow. We have the greatest gathering in the world. 250 to 270,000 people, more than in Tatarstan, more than in Burgistan, come together in Moscow. We have many anchor projects. We work with veterans, and our main focus is on the young people. About 150 events per year, bringing together more than 200,000 people. And we have 60 activities a week on average. We have a symphonic orchestra, about 14 people from the orchestra are chargers, and others are being invited. It wouldn't have been possible if we didn't work in close contact with the Moscow government and the leadership of the Republic of Srpska. In our work, we identified the major problem, the great gap between what our young people are thinking, what we are teaching the young people, and what we are. We are very grateful that our brothers from the Balkans have joined us today. It is a good example because in 1989, I was there and with my own eyes, I saw how they lived, how closely they cooperated back then already. There were some first signs of a conflict, and now in retrospective, we can see only one thing. But for inactiveness of such people as Gorbachev and Yeltsin, it hadn't happened. Let me tell you in a nutshell what our main activities are. As for media work, I was reminded that in 1631, the French used the first French newspaper to influence the minds of the people. But in the 13th century, Timur used not newspapers, but gossips in order to win the war. He paid huge money to make sure that in the enemy's army, to spread the gossips in the enemy's army, that the opposite army is very strong. So in different forms and different manifestations, it has been used for a very long time. Globalization of the media field brings not a superpower, but transnational media empires to power, who create reality and just throughout to themselves and can manipulate the public opinion. Can we compete with them? Probably not, but we have to do it. Everyone at his own office, his or her own office. For example, we announce mobilization in our country. Yes, we are a monopoly, but all the events that have been taking place up to the 24th of February always begin with a minute of silence, and we remind ourselves of the soldiers on the front. We all have been mobilized. Some people have been mobilized to the front, and others are mobilized to oppose the enemy. It wasn't done in coordination with the authorities. It's just our civil position, our civil attitude. Under modern circumstances, the media is a system that can shape the ritual values of a society and actively contribute to the people's positions and attitudes. I'm more focused on practical work because in our autonomy and in the Council of Muftis of Russia, we have to deal with specific manifestations. We always speak a lot about the importance of preserving culture and language, but today the focus should be made on education. It is because education is more important than knowledge. By education, I mean probably uprising, raising of the people. Everyone should ask him or herself, where are your children? We raise this issue at big assemblies. Where are your children? Why are they not in the audience? What are they occupied with? The same answer. The same question goes to greater audiences, to the authorities. If they are abroad, then they have nothing to do here, because every leader should give an example. And
заливается сталью. Это практика,
when
которой уже
the
30
leaders
лет.
give
Наши
strong
детей и внуков
speeches,
воспитывают
then
гаджеты,
it strengthens the others.
иностранный контент.
For decades,
На
our
российскую молодежь
children
обрушится волна
have been
западной
educated
пропаганды,
and
засиливающей
raised with the
нашему
gadgets.
менталитету ценности, основанных
They spread
на
values
выгоде,
that are foreign to our
представление о
society.
собственной
They are
исключительности,
based on the
порядке.
notions of
В этой
profit,
системе ценностей успех, слава,
of
стремление к
exceptionalism,
обогащению любой
the
ценой
desire
и
for enrichment
фразами.
at any
Моральная сторона
price,
вопроса нас не должна интересовать.
and
Они
the lack of
противостоят традиционным
desire to deal with moral issues.
нашей жизни,
They oppose the moral traditions of our life that had been built for centuries.
приучает к западной музыке. Как только им дают
From
гаджет,
early childhood, our kids listen to Western music. We have conducted research. I'll get back to it later. Some years ago, we had a problem with the Tatar language. It is our national language. So we tried to teach the language more actively, and we set up a task force composed of linguists and researchers. We didn't stop during the pandemic. We held conferences, and our conferences had an audience of 18,000 people. So we found out the following. Why do our children prefer Western music? Because Western technologies are based on the assumption that every child, before it starts seeing, it hears the rhythms about him. Therefore, everywhere in the Russian Federation, more than 90% of the content is the Western one. It was proved by our research. It's not Russian music content, not Asian content. Even when we tried to conduct a deeper study, one of the researchers told us, look, that's what Goebbels did. He based on the works, studies of Freud, and together they made a technology where they reprogrammed the German society. But we shouldn't be blind. We've heard today in this room already that German propaganda. Did this whom we fought against during World War II were not Germans, it was fascist Europe. A wide range of ethnicities. Yugoslavs were left alone, they fought alone, the partisan movement. It was hard for them, but they were on the right side, on our side. Let me give you just one example. There was a clash in the Muslim world too, during World War II. Only Russian mosques declared jihad to fascism. And the Palestinian mosques declared jihad only to the fascists. So we need to have a predictable future, but it is not possible to predict the future unless you know your own history. When it was told that after World War II, many things were not touched upon, were not spoken about. Many things were not mentioned. Probably we should conduct the right analysis and the right research. We never mentioned the French people. How could we recruit them for our interests when they were close to our walls, when they were before the walls of Moscow, whole divisions? What did they do in our territory? So with their own hands, with our own minds, we found French weapons here in the Moscow region, close to Warden Stadium. Just imagine it. in the swamps.
We have to know our history, and myself as a Turk, I want to ask Bulgarians. They forgot that we were one people. They forgot who saved them twice, and this is lack of gratitude. Now, a few words about gadgets. The social media provide any information in a processed way by someone, and we now set a task for us to make those gadgets assistants of us and not of someone else. This understanding would ask us to make a next step in socio-cultural development and to set up our strategic goal, which is called the overhead goal. We carried out a big research with the Social University under the government of the Russian Federation. What was the purpose? The purpose was we understand that every science is politicized. Apart from mathematics, you can't come to an agreement with figures. And the sociology is covered. What is a sociology? It's studying the objective factors influencing the social media and acting of individuals inside this system. The most important is management of the society. We made this survey in 15 regions about our youth. We formulated recommendations, drew conclusions. Among them is digital immunity. What do we want to achieve here? We started a very big job. I'm not going to read aloud. I'm going to tell you in my own words. There's a lot of information there. I just tell you how it happens. Why we put a stake on the youth. We can speak a lot, but we made, and my deputy here can support me. 10 years ago, he was very young. It was in 2009. We went a very big journey. We went, Mr. Akchurin left the historical building for us, which was built in 1913. That was 3,000 square meters. We made a renovation in this building and we grew up to this level. We raised at this level and we have been noticed. And after we looked and see what and how it works, we should go faster. And today we set a task that our youth should have digital unity against those enemies who sit in every gadget in the hands of our kids. In order to defeat the enemy, you should bring the kids of the enemy. That's of what the history tells us, and about the Balkans also. Because, and to my big, unfortunately, I passed some wars in this life, and I saw how it happened in Afghanistan, where they were guerrillas, partisans, mujahids, the Islam warriors, and they were bombed and killed. About 1 million Americans bombed them. When they become not interesting anymore for them, they can turn the fates of people as they want on their discretion. Today it's Yugoslavia, tomorrow any other countries, like Libya, for example. Have you ever visited Libya? I was in Libya 3 times. That was a very beautiful, flourishing country. You remember? I came there and I was really pleased to be there. There was no other country in Africa or the whole history where ordinary people got jobs and their salaries were very high, about $1,000. They built flats. Everyone lived in a very good flat, and they destroyed it all. They came to Syria, and we should be on the roll next. And when we speak about what happened in Europe, thank you very much. You drew this parallel, Yugoslavia and Ukraine. And the conclusions of our conference, I really want to ask you urgently to introduce these proposals, that it should be reflected in the media that we are waging war not against Ukrainians. The real Ukrainians are our brothers. We are now in the Yugoslavia and Afghanistan. We were fighting against let me call it correctly. This is directly the intervention of Nazis. Intervention of Nazis, the Nazis, not Germans, but no one in the world killed so many people than Anglo-Saxons. Just remember India, remember America, remember China. What kind of drug barons we can say that they launched opium wars without remembering many more examples? Why do they behave like that? Because they are sure of their innocence and impunishability. And if they wage a war, they have to prepare for losses. And our task, they need to feel it on their skins. Why do they speak about war? In the Soviet Union, there's no family where which didn't lose anyone in the war. It happens in the Ukraine. In the situation we are in 1990s, we were together with you, with Yugoslavia. They started to bomb your country. No one wanted to notice it. They started to bomb us. They entered and instigated using his figure or his. We Muslims believe that he will burn in hell. That was Yeltsin, Chechnya. Chechnya was the war. We don't have to go to transnational comparison. NTV was working against the Russian community, telling and showing the persons like Movladi Dugov. He was one standing against. There were no military forces who stood up against him. We have had forces, but it was increasing our losses. So our enemies should also feel losses and feel the sorrow of those losses. They came to our territory again, to the Ukraine. This is our mentally territory. Historically, these are our people. They reformatted them for those years. They've reformatted some people in our country. We do see it. And so we established our own program, which is called Digital Immunity. We already solved some tactical tasks. For example, our cultural national autonomy issued 60 cartoons. Who else did this? I can't see it. 60 cartoons for kids from 5 years old to 8 years old. So the kid in the gadget can watch these cartoons, and we work also in kindergartens. We have this practice. We have also some school kids in this program. Rhythmic, they receive the visual memory, and the perception of music is tuned for the Russian and Tatar music. And on top of that, we place everything else. If we don't do this, everyone who perceives different music and rhythms will work against us, as it works now for those people who went abroad when the mobilization was announced. Many people left the country. Many people started to condemn them and criticize. But for what? You should ask yourself what you did so to avoid them, to stop them from leaving. They are misoriented. We didn't touch them. Our kids didn't leave, I must tell you. Them to bring them back, and the next generation should be educated in a different rhythm. We made also 60 games, multimedia games. We issued materials for teachers to teach this. This is a very hard work. We had to certify it, and we did it. 18,000 reference books we distributed this year on a global congress and in Kazan. And again, we arrived at the problem on the second day when why 18,000 only? But what about our kids? So obviously we see understanding and support in Tatarstan Republic. Today we come and see, and we are not complacent. We make clothes and the water, soda water. It is against Coca-Cola. The person who asked Coca-Cola, he remembers this taste. Everyone knows the Baikal. Yes, you remember Baikal water. And our specialists also provided a taste without chemistry, without sugar. It was hard for us to do. Now the question is how to sell it. We also have our own brands of clothing. We went farther. We had an agreement with one telecommunication program, and we issued Sabil. It's a way, a SIM card. These big investments, these are cultural autonomy. We share the risks and share the costs. This is a capital cost. We have this SIM, which is called Sabil, a way. We have one God, but ways can be different to reach the our Lord. He can be Christian, he can be Jewish, and he can be Muslim. And in the SIM card, it's for kids and for grannies. If you take a SIM card for 100 rubles, we don't know. We made a research that they buy new numbers for kids. He takes and buys it, and he understands that with SIM card, he will never reach any black content. Like, I beg your pardon, there are some bad contents, of course, and they are protected. They're protected from that. If we go to the web, he can read what is an Orthodox, what is jihad, what is Muslims jihad. Transnational companies say jihad, and everybody is scared. But jihad is perceived as a very bad thing. It's war and death. But no, this is not like that. This is American Anglo-Saxon propaganda. Myself, from the kids, I'm on a jihad. Jihad is a fight against our own vices. I shouldn't be impolite. I have to respect the older ones. This is a jihad of internal jihad of every person, but they distort facts. This is just a small example, the example of Yugoslavia, our brother people. They split them, they collapsed them. Azerbaijani and Armenian, two people also. What did they do in Baku? I was in Soviet times in Baku. I was on the battlefield, and I saw like Armenians protected the Azerbaijan. That was our brotherhood of our people. And when they say about the Soviet Union, demonize it, it is Anglo-Saxon propaganda. They did everything when in 1990s they presented it, and this is like a move. In our case, was the same. They presented them some flats or cars, but the truth and the fairness is has the power. We are in Russia. We are united, and we're invincible. But in bad times, strong personalities are being born. Our grandfathers and fathers created good conditions for us, but these good conditions unfortunately brought up not so good people, which are dangerous for people. And this is the task of all good people, not only in Russia, but on the Balkans. On Balkans, not with their words, but with their actions, supported Russia. But unfortunately, when they were bombed, we could not protect them. What they did before they switched off the Soviet Union, and it was very good that Yevgeny Primakov, I saw his image here in the end. He did what everything he could. We were separated specifically to defeat us one by one. And it is done by ideological front. And this is the digital, this must be the digital immunity. If we would do and to listen to each other, we can achieve the results we need. And I have to tell you, I saw in the database and understand the suffering and the pains of the people. And we see what happens now in the Ukraine. They're also only suffering and pain, but only the need was taken your attention. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. That was really inspiring and very strong, and also very useful from a practical point of view. You described all those important problems and issues which are related to the work of media and how information immunity should be developed. And of course, you stressed a very important role of education and mentoring in the fight against radicalism. And you inspired us in some sense, us who came from Balkans. And in your examples, you, of course, stressed the positive role which can be played. In your positive example, your personal example of understanding personal responsibility in front of the society in struggling and protecting the principles and the role of inter-ethnical, inter-religious relations. I heard from the organizers that unfortunately you should leave earlier. And now I would ask colleagues if they have any questions we can discuss. If you stay till the end, we can leave it till the end. I wanted to just add this important point. I was too emotional. Is it possible to defeat them? Yes, it's possible to conquer. I can give you an example. It is not possible to build a mosque, but the mosque was built, it's the biggest. When in school once I said, when I was 5-year-old kid, I said, I will write this book, that in this book people will read and there will never be the word Tatar and Mongol yoke in the world. But it was 1933. Now we achieved that this word is never used in school books. In 1998, in Ravil Ganyudin, our sheikh, our mufti, said there will be no war in Chechnya. We were assigned as terrorists at that time, but first we persuaded Kadyrov and the first managers of the Russian Federation. This was the spiritual management of the Muslims. Remember what they say about us at that time, but we made it. We entered Chechnya. We made it possible to protect Kadyrov. Kadyrov has become the president. You can't imagine how much pressure we felt, but we withstood it very firmly. We understood, but only there we can win. And those media who was against Russia, we started to do it inside, starting from Gudermes, and this people should believe us, and we should work further. And that they listened to other media, and they lived with this idea.
So we will conquer them all. Look what happened in 2003. Everyone was disoriented apart from Mr. Kadyrov. His brother. Others were hit, but Ramzan has endured 5 assassinations of his brother, his father, his close family members were killed, but he survived. Look at what happened in Chechnya. We have shaped peace in our republic, and we have eradicated the Western ideology. Never in the territory of Chechnya did we have problems with Islam. We never fought against Islam. we were only fighting Anglo-Saxons. Can we conquer them? Yes, we can. Chechnya is an example. Who could have imagined in 2003 that 2020 the whole of Chechnya will be a center for protection of the Russian Federation, its backbone, its cornerstone, and there we are. Can we do it? Yes, we can, and we will. We are left with no choice. So we should be together in resolving this issue. Yes, if you have any questions, please, you are quite welcome. If no, I have to leave. Thank you very much. Thank you. It is very interesting. And in this tragedy, there is something positive, something good. Then it is the fact that we share this experience. We are very emotional when we reflect on it. And it's interesting for us to learn more about what you mentioned in your presentation. And we have an opportunity some of those present here have a chance to be on the TV in Republic of Srpska. I believe it would be very interesting to convey to our audience your point of view and your opinion, your observations, and I'm confident that it will find huge support. So, dear guests, if you have any questions to Mr. Farisov. Thank you very much. You mentioned that you conducted a research with the Financial Academy. Could you please elaborate on the results, at least briefly, and what sort of report was? What was the audience? Well, in a nutshell, well, the young people with a social and democratic group from 14 to 35 years old who are in the process of adopting their social and economic functions, self-identification, identification of their place in the world. At the same time, since they haven't yet formed their strong conventions, it is one of the most vulnerable groups because they don't have an experience of economic independence. Therefore, they are subject for manipulation on the part of other subjects of economic life. So it's the most vulnerable group of people. Therefore, they were in the focus of our attention. Then we conducted an analysis, an empirical analysis. We used the Delphi method, something that hadn't been used for many years. We took 15 regions, starting from the Russian Far East. I'm talking about Vladivostok. I personally traveled there. The most important thing is to formulate the questions correctly. So we spoke to the students because you have to feel it personally. The young people are a sort of a fiber that doesn't do what you tell them to do. They do what they see. Then we traveled to Kamchatka, then Sakhalin, next to Khabarovsk, Omsk, Tomsk, Nizhny Novgorod, Antimansy. Every city is different. Then Tatarstan and Bashkortostan. The situation is similar. Then Samara, Ulyanovsk, Crimea, St. Petersburg, North Caucasus, Stavropol and North Caucasus. Even the two republics, Chechnya and Ingushetia, had different results from Karachay, Cherkessia. So we had around 2,500 respondents. And so we had 2,219 respondents. If you are interested, we'll have a round table and I'll share with you the results. We made a theoretical and methodological research study We processed all data and drew our conclusions. Unfortunately, I cannot share with you the exact conclusions, but we were given the technical task to issue our recommendations based on the consequences. It is one of the tactical tasks that we have implemented. In one of our tasks were work with the children, work in the streets, but all these tasks contribute to a single goal, namely the digital immunity. Shall I elaborate any further? And when you chose the young people, were you dealing with the Muslim young people? No, because it wouldn't be correct. When you address the respondents, if they identify themselves, if they provide their name, they will never answer correctly. What they indicated was his or her age. For example, a person should be sure that he or him or her will not be punished for the answers. And in order for us to get the correct answers, not false answers, they weren't identified. All right, so you found out that there were distinctions between the regions. Right. Tomorrow we are going to have a meeting, a roundtable, because we work under the government of the Russian Federation. It was an academic, a fundamental research. Please don't think that we are badly dressed, well dressed. We are quite intelligent and we are doing a good job. Thank you very much for your question. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Farisov, once again for your presentation, for your answers. And let us now move on to our next speaker, Mr. Alexei Podberyosky, head of the Center for Political Military Studies at the MGIMO University of Russia. Thank you very much. Please show me when I have to conclude my presentation. And otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be tired of my speech. The topic of today's discussion is very relevant because strategic communication is our weakness. We have to recognize it. If we had a good strategy in communication, we would win this information war, but now we are in a state of strategic defense. And in a state of strategic defense, we are never going to win. So the problem is that we need to find the right tools and the right means, the mechanisms. But we should begin with setting the goal. Let me tell you briefly that we need to have a very specific goal. It is a civilizational goal. First, the ruling elites are being destroyed. Next, the country is deprived of its sovereignty. Next, after the sovereignty has been eliminated, the national identity is eliminated, and we shouldn't have any illusions. Sometimes there are doubts as to some focus on European identity, but it only disorganizes our society, because right now the focus is on the assumption that the cornerstone of our society will contribute towards the overthrowing of the ruling party. That's their goal. Well, when we are preparing our response, our strategy, those who deal with the defense have such a notion, such a term as the system of basic data, basic knowledges. When we start listing the threats, in the order of priority. Some people might identify 50 priorities, others would identify 150. It might have been the right step earlier, but now instead of responding to a threat, we need to offer our concrete strategy that would build a strategy instead of responding to the threats. By the way, I brought a couple of books with me. The non-military and non-state institutions haven't made many publications on this topic here in our country. In the West, this topic is very popular, and we have just began such activities, but without fundamental knowledge, you can conduct such activities. Over the past years, we have been working out legal responses to the activities of hostile NGOs. Look, we only started some 5 years ago, and in the West, we have been dealing with it since the mid of the past century. We are only in the beginning of our way, and the most dangerous thing is that we don't assess the threat in an adequate way. Well, unfortunately, I don't have a chance to show my presentation here, but let me try to explain it. We have our goals and we have instruments. And there are state instruments. We're not going to mention them, like the army, the defense. Non-state actors is what we recognize today, but we don't assess them adequately for some reasons. And non-state actors dominate, and today they determine the success of the Western actors. And there is a third block, the identity of a human being, business and individuals. When, in the case of crowdsourcing or the so-called self-employed people, we have up to 10 million self-employed. It's a huge resource that we often forget about. We have this resource, but we never touch upon it. Why am I mentioning this? Let me be frank. Such things have largely prevented us from conducting a successful special military operation. The special military operation is special, but it is a military one. Well, with the special, it didn't work out. We didn't have an option, so we moved on with the military operation. And now we will try to win in the military operation. But what does special mean? It means the involvement of non-state institutions. In general, they are referred to as institutions for human development, but they involve a large spectrum of institutions that were destroyed with the dissolution of the Soviet Union. It so happens that I am very familiar with them. We have, for example, the state television and radio. It forged all prominent journalists, but in the 90s it was destroyed. Only 23 journalists people are left. We had a very strong system and called ATR, and now on the basis of reanalysis, it is been revived. I have good memories of how influential they were. Now we don't have trade unions or and many other institutions, something that is deliberately been built in the West. We are not quite eager to build it. We have a department for internal policy that deals with it. I don't know how. When we started to realize it in the early 2000s, together with Ella Pamphilova, we developed a draft decree on establishing the Council to contribute to the development of institutions of human rights and human development. The key words in our contribution to the development of institutions of civil society. Now it is referred to as the Human Rights Council. So they have limited themselves to protection of human rights. But we assumed that it would give a big impetus to the development of new institutions. That's what the Americans are doing. Colleagues, if you are interested, I'll give you the contacts to the respective persons. We have 400,000 NGOs. In terms of financing, we don't control 98% of them. In terms of founding documents, 95% are not controlled by us. So what are they doing? This regional and federal organization. Now we impose certain restrictions that made it possible for us to control federal organizations. But what are regional organizations doing? It is a big question. Let me give you an example. Once, together with the Vsevolod Bogdanov, the head of the Union of Journalists of Russia, who was former head of the center, we held a ball of trust representatives and brought together about 1,000 heads of regional publishing houses or media. And there were many tables, but local press, some were sitting at one table and exchanged their experience, showed their magazines. And I noticed it was printed in the newspapers that they were funded by the Rockefeller Foundation, by the Embassy of the UK, or more specifically by the Ambassador of the US. So they are all financed by the West. Our contribution is very modest. We can for example, invest huge money in Kyrgyzstan. Americans might invest 20 times less. However, every Kyrgyz citizen would know the names and titles of American foundations. When we have a certain number of NGOs, you can be sure that each NGO will have 5 to 7 NGOs, and if we have 10,000 such NGOs, it makes a total of 50 to 70,000 NGOs, and if these people go to the streets, if they are joined by amateurs, and there you have another color revolution. When it all started in Kazakhstan and broke out in Kazakhstan, and in the general staff, half a year before these events, we held a meeting with the general staff, and I said that Kazakhstan will be the next target. They were quite skeptical. It found no support. But when these events broke out, it turned out that in Kazakhstan they have 15,000 NGOs they didn't control. So the Western strategy, apart from the civilizational goal, has the goal to destroy our country. There can be no compromise. It's either we win or they win. Their strategy has 2 key elements. First, the strategy of indirect actions. The strategy dates back to the end of World War II. I will never act in a bureaucratic basis. As you propose me, I will look for a more flexible way, and that's what they look for.
There are no adequate or primitive options here. And the second thing is a comprehensive systematic response from the whole set of state, non-state, personal remedies. A huge amount we play of personal media and a personal variance, personal. Harvard as an institution, which is non-state-owned institution, it actually governs the Democratic Party. And the position of Democrats belong and depend on the position of Harvard University. You understand what I mean? The foundation, the state-owned foundation, so-called non-state foundation, as endowment, it's called, so sorry for that. of Harvard is much higher than 60 billion US dollars, and this is the endowment of only one university. Please note, they have institute, they have affiliates and instruments, tools, and money to create public opinion. What they did in 1990s, I was evidencing it in Moscow. We were writing the first history of Russia in 1991 because Soros funded tens of such histories, and the whole mess which happened afterwards, that was the consequence of this development. So once again, there are two main principles: non-direct activities, non-direct actions, and systematic approach. Non-direct actions is now the proxy war in Ukraine. We can see it. So Americans have their strategy there. But what is bad with their strategy? They made Ukrainians, they forced Russian Ukrainians to kill Russian Russians. And on our account, they took our 330 billion dollars. They deprived us of that. They use it for buying weapons and technique, and they lead this war. This is the strategy. And by the way, when Trump came to power, became a president, he made a very interesting thing. He was thinking how to improve the efficiency of their strategy, and he found out an opportunity to establish 300 NGO, intergovernmental groups, 300 groups, 300 teams. I tried to bring together our academists and people from the ministries, and well, as much as I could establish 5 to 7 task forces on that special teams. But Trump managed to create 300. And those 300 teams provided one recommendation as regards strategy, which was existing before Trump. They just confirmed it. The strategy very simple. By preparing adequate action steps, we should understand their strategy. First principle: we should do everything which is bad for Russia and China. That's their strategy. Every media and every remedy is good if it's against Russia and China. Second principle: those deteriorating measures for us and China, they must not harm Russia, American economy and the American community. But this is what happened with the freezing our resources. And the third principle: to avoid uncontrolled escalation and moving towards nuclear conflict. Every activity, every action of the United States, if you look at the actions, and Trump and Biden is not much indifferent. They're only talks, they have disputes. So they principally pursued the same strategy. They are all fit into those three principles. So when we speak about the measures of counteracting, if they make an accent and a focus on their forceful non-governmental methods, because they don't wage a war against us. We don't have direct war. This is the third principle: don't allow nuclear conflict. They stress it once again: we are not in war with you. We're not at war with you. We just help with weapons. We deliver weapons, we make it worse for you, first principle, and we spend your money for the weapon which is striking you. This is approximately the same. As a counteraction, we could say in non-state means, but we don't have those means. We distract Soviet institutions and we didn't create it Russian. What we have now, it's the Joint People's Front, and our distinguished colleagues, Muslims. Although I remember in the early 90s when we started to create it together with Kirill, with our Patriarch NGO, Mufti, and colleagues were called Kirill to the administration, pressed him, and he was been pressing, and your Mufti was also treated like that the whole 1990s. The 1990s were the years when we didn't create anything. We even suppressed and resisted our small attempts to create something. For the Russian convocation, even the president comes, and that years no one came. There were no support, and in this sense, we were behind, and all our victories and losses direct names. We don't want to call those names. We don't want to mention them. I don't know now. We have three vice premiers, prime ministers for defense. For some reason, they are now abroad. Well, although their secrets and everything else. But we should start to speak about it and speak about